City last weekend. I was very pleasantly surprised that all this. If I hadn't driven through since I was right after college. Oh, it's so fresh.
It's just that he's kind of a state. It's just. Now over there. Didn't have construction, so.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Well, we can leave them. No, I don't, I'm saying we can leave. Teach classes, then there's questions.
I used to. I kind of met, but actually I'm so happy. So I teach. I go in to class now, library, mostly.
Literally, like, whatever.
Yes or no? Who on like on or off you all? Off. On or off, guys.
Let's keep them on. I feel like people are all asleep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. The meeting has come to order on February 12th, 2026 at 5:23 p.m. in Milo Villa. Secretary Ryan, may we have roll call?
Commissioner Savage. Here. Commissioner Johnson.
You.
Commissioner Reitenschneider. Here. Commissioner Shake.
Here.
Commissioner Davis. Here. Commissioner Jones.
Here.
Commissioner Para. Yes. Commissioner Bartle.
Here.
Commissioner Barrientos.
Here.
Commissioner Pipers. Here. Commissioner Piper.
Here, my mom.
Commissioner Brewster.
Here.
Commissioner Fitzgerald.
Here.
Quorum is present, we may begin. Our first item of business is open forum. Guests will have up to 10 minutes.
The first item of business is open forum. Guests will have up to 10 minutes to address the commission with any concerns. If you are here for open forum, please sign in near the exit before speaking. The floor is now open. If there are no speakers open forum is now closed. Before we begin, as we consider student fees, we must remain cognizant of their direct impact on every enrolled student. Even small increases can affect students' affordability, budgeting decisions, and overall access. Being mindful of keeping fees at the same or lower rate than the previous year encourages careful evaluation of priorities, efficiencies, and demonstrated student impact. This awareness supports responsible stewardship of student dollars while ensuring decisions reflect both fiscal realities and the broader student experience. Before we get into sort of reviewing the allocations of each Fund A recipient, just like I remembered mid-beginning, please use the microphones, even if we have to pause for a little bit to pass them around and take them off the stands. That's totally fine, we can do that. This one is just more important that we actually use the microphones for because we'll be talking a lot more in this one. With that said, we will now review the student government's allocation. Okay. And we'll literally just go line item by line item unless there is a motion for block voting. And you can raise your topic whenever you have something you want to talk about. So we'll start with the account applicator. They're requesting $10,000.
Point of information. Sorry. So if we go through these and then make some tentative decisions, I assume we can come back later and change our mind, or are these decisions at this point binding?
I would say if you want to propose an amendment or a increase or decrease to a request, let's try and have that as permanent as you guys want, so that we can get the debate going and then have the conversation sort of close faster. That's what I would prefer, at least.
Okay.
Point of information, you are able to table a line item if you want, or then you can come back to it before meeting ends.
Okay,
Keep that in mind if you do end up doing that.
okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any discussion on the requested amount for $10,000 for the account retainer? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? All those abstaining? So, the requested $10,000 to the account retainer has passed, I guess. Okay. Seeing as there's nothing under contingency, we'll skip that. And then, so for dues, fees, and subscription, SG is requesting
Point
$420.
of clarification, you do have to vote on contingency.
Okay, we do have to vote on contingency. Okay, is there any discussion for the contingency of nothing? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The request for $0 and a contingency has passed. Okay. Dues, fees, and subscriptions. SG is requesting $420. Is there any discussion? Also, I just want to remind you all that you should have access to the SharePoint presentation. So if you needed to pull those up for specific clarification, you could during discussion to reference. All those in favor of allocating the $420 to dues, fees, and subscriptions, please raise your placard. Okay. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The request for $420 under the line item dues, fees, and subscription has passed. Insurance. So we'll look at insurance expenses now, and SGA is requesting $20,000. Is there any discussion? Alrighty, all those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining. The request for $20,000 in insurance expenses has passed. Alrighty, moving on to Mad Ride. SG is requesting $38,110. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining. The Mad Ride request for $38,110 has passed. Okay, moving on to Mad Bike. She's requesting $18,334. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining. The request for $18,334 from Mad Bike has passed. Okay, office supplies, they're requesting $100. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. The request for $100 for office supplies has passed. Moving on to first year leadership commission or FYLC, they are requesting $1,000. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining. The request for $1,000 for FYLC has passed. Okay, now going into programming and branding, they're requesting $15,000 from reserves. That's what the grade means. Is there any discussion? Okay.
One clarification. They're requesting zero.
Yeah, so they're not requesting anything, they're pulling from reserves. That's the part that's been down. I kind of misworded that, sorry. Any discussion from that? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining. The request to pull $15,000 from reserves for programming and branding has zero. The request for $0 for programming and branding has passed. Okay. Professional development, they're requesting $1,000. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining. The request for $1,000 for professional development has passed. Next, they are requesting $250 for the judicial branch. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed. All those abstaining. The request for $250 for the judicial branch has passed. Okay, now we'll get into sort of some separate, well, like separate but not separate stuff. Okay, so student legal services, that's their total. Student legal services is requesting $27,798.20 for operating expenses. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed. All those abstaining. The request from student legal services for $27,798.20 for operating expenses has passed. Okay. Next, for director or the university staff, they're requesting $124,229. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Shake.
There is a small, oh, sorry.
Okay, there is a small change to be made for the director of university staff expense. As you can see to the right, the 914. The reason that's there is because the University Budget Office advised us to prepare for a 4% cost of living increase. Whereas the amount you see there, the 124, 229, it only factors in about 3% increase. We're missing a percent, so we need to increase it by 914.57. So I can motion when, if no one has a discussion, I can motion.
And this is just more from a clarification, so since the permanent budget didn't authorize increases for any staff, are we allowed to then go and deviate from that? Which I'm okay with. I just wanted to make sure from a clarification standpoint that that's something that we can autonomously do aside from what the university has decided not to do.
I move to have Advisor Brock speak on that, so he can give you exact details.
Is there a motion?
Yes.
Is there a motion?
I motion to let Advisor Brock answer the question.
Okay, there's a second.
Second.
Commissioner Hernandez. Discussion. Okay, no trespass.
So when the student government approved that budget amount that's listed there, it factored in 3% to the business office recommended 4%. So since that guidance was given after the student government had already approved the expected 3%, the university's request is 4%. So the commission can elect to factor in the 4% following the university's guidance.
No, that's fair. I can completely understand that 3 to 4, but my question is more so everyone else got 0.
That was last year though.
Oh, this is 26, 27. Fair. My bad. Thank you. Bad question. Thank you.
But so that is a good point, though, in the sense that it is a possible cost of living increase, but the university wouldn't relay that information until say May or June.
No,
So it has to be.
no, I got my ears mixed up. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there any more discussion on that? Okay. We will need a motion to, Commissioner Shake.
I motion to increase the expense for director, university staff by $914.56.
Is there a second? Commissioner Piper, is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion to increase the director university staff line item to $125,143.56 has been approved. Okay, and now. Okay, is there any further discussion on the line item of university staff or the director at this time? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The request for $125,143.56 for the director under student legal services has passed. Executive associate university staff. They are requesting $65,185. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Shake.
The same reason as last time, from 3 to 4%, we have to increase it by $463.
Is there a motion? Commissioner Hernandez.
I motion to add the $460 to executive associate university staff.
Is there a second? Commissioner Shake. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining. The motion to increase the executive associate line item by $463 has passed. Is there any further discussion on this line item? Awesome. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The request for $65,648 for the executive associate has passed. Now staff attorney, they are requesting 0 as it is paid through reserves. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The request for $0 for the staff attorney has passed. Okay, moving on to American Multicultural Services, or AMS. They're requesting a total of $21,559. AMS operating line item, they're requesting $15,100. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Johnson?
I just have a request for information on whether or not it's too late for us to get further clarification from the agency presenter on like why all of the agencies will need budget increases. Like, are we able to do that parliamentarily?
Commissioner Shake?
Not all agencies are requesting for a budget increase, but we can pull up the individual line items for each specific agency. So you can see exactly why they're requesting a certain dollar amount. We can assume.
So this is the spreadsheet for what AMS has individually requested for all their line items. Do we have any sort of like questions about this? Just this is the individual breakdown. Do you have Commissioner Johnson?
I was just asking more in general, just in case we need to bring it up for future agencies as we discuss. So I don't have any further questions about the current one we're voting on.
Okay, yes, it is up to you guys if you guys want to increase, or what was your original question? I'm so sorry.
No. My original question was just whether or not we have the ability to call the budget presenter for any questions, but I got my answers. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys can yield your time to people in the public. Drew is here, who is the presenter for it, so yes, you can. So, Secretary Wright?
Commissioner Johnson, if you would like, Regional Density does have the PowerPoints for what the agencies are requesting for other increases. It is within all the commissioners' right to ask Regional IC or any of the other presenters why there's an increase.
I'll just do that if I need to or have any future questions, and also I was just clarifying for anybody else here if they would like to do the same.
Is there any further discussion on the AMS operating line item for my request for $15,100? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The request for $15,100 for AMS operating has been approved. Okay. Moving on to AMS student worker wages. The chair is seeking a motion that if you guys approve this amount, we block vote for the rest of the agency director salaries. They're all listed here, so they would all be paid that $6,459. Is there a motion? So, Commissioner Johnson, is there a second? Commissioner Piper? Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead. Commissioner Bartle?
Is there, are there benefits that we have to pay on these wages?
I'm the chair seeking a motion to give Advisor Brock, Commissioner Piper, is there a second? Commissioner Reitenschneider.
The rest of the student government wage items have accounted for those recommended increases. So what's factored in the salary is a max of $6,000 per year, but the $459 is accounted for the federal payroll tax of 7.6%.
Okay, great, thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the motion? Commissioner Fitzgerald.
Just a point of clarification, we would just be doing the block voting just for the salaries, right? Not for any operating expenses.
Yes, not the entire agency operating line items, just the salaries.
Okay.
We're on the same.
Is there any more discussion? Commissioner Jones.
And this is much for clarification from my part, Will, so are these the only approved agencies? So,
These are the agencies within SGA, yes.
okay, perfect, so if another organization on campus was interested in becoming to having a budget, would that be allowed?
Like another RSO, or like we created another agency.
Correct, so if, and this is not me being flippant, but if there's a puzzle club, you know, that's interested in becoming a student organization to have a budget, is that something that is allowed? And this is just more of a clarification from my part.
So that would be separate from Fund A. So like SGA as a sort of entity has the agencies that fall under it. And so we give part of our budget to that. So we would have to, it's not just like every encompassing RSO, it's these specific ones that are listed in the spreadsheet. So that's delegated from student government, not towards everyone, but just towards the agencies that they oversee and sort of govern.
Thank you.
Mhm. That would just be separate. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. Opposed? All those abstaining? The motion for block voting on student worker wages for SGA agencies has passed.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we get to vote on the actual amount. So the student worker wages that SGA is requesting is $6,459. Is there any discussion? All those. All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining. The request for $6,459 for SGA agency student worker wages has passed. Looking at first generation student agency, they're requesting a total of $23,741.40. Their operating line item, they're requesting $17,282.40. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Fitzgerald.
Yeah, so I'm taking a look at their allocation request. And I noticed that they are requesting $3,000 for advertising, promotions, and merch. As I take a look at all the other student government agencies, none of them even come close to having that amount. What is the justification for the FGSA needing $3,000 for advertising, promotions, and merch? Is there any?
Happy to provide, but they're gonna have to give me.
I'll motion to yield time to Drew Lacey to have 2 minutes to speak on the matter.
So is there a second? Sure.
I need to use the mic. Okay, so to answer your question further, so each agency each agency under the direct control and care of the Student Government Association. Each agency, we have an agency director that runs the agency kind of how they would like to see it. So this agency director is asking for advertising promo and merch $3,000. Because for this specific agency, they are wanting to include branded notepads, tins, shirts and quarter zips for this next year. This is just one way that they are allowed, can get their name out about their agency. Merch, and promo, it's pretty expensive to get that stuff printed as well as branded. So that's why it's a little bit more expensive, up to $3,000. All of our other agencies, they do have some sort of advertising promo and merch. Some of them have like carryover from the last years that they have gotten it. So FGSA is just running a little low when it comes to having those items. So requesting more will allow them to have that throughout this next year, years to come. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
And then I would also like to have another request for information from Drew Lacey.
Yeah.
So I would like to motion 1 minute of my time to get clarification on their spending. I might be looking at this incorrectly, but from my understanding, it appears that the AMS has spent $232 over the past fiscal year. Is that correct?
Okay, hold on, point of clarification. When we're asking somebody in the audience, from now on, we're just gonna have the chair like grant them speaking privileges.
Okay.
So we don't have to, so we don't get a motion and everything for that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm pulling up the correct number. We will say, I think I was speaking over your shoulder. I do think they're on the ISS spreadsheet. Oh, or even less. Oh, sorry, I've never seen those before in my life.
And yeah, for clarification, I'm looking at the historical financial review fund A budgets, and I'm looking at the AMS actuals for fiscal year to date 2025-26. It was part of the presentation made by Denise Kelgard.
So in our books, we have that FTSA so far has used $1,714.43. That in fact, that number that I just read to you includes unapproved purchases requests. So that number probably has changed, the one that you have pretty significantly. Something that you will kind of notice, the business office runs a month behind when it comes to purchases for SGA and its agencies. Just kind of due to credit card statements and stuff like that. That's probably about a month behind. But the number that I have is $1,700.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fitzgerald.
Out of just curiosity, is there an estimation to how much the quarter zip would cost this FGSA?
Okay, so that is supposed to be like right under 3,000. I think that just kind of falls into, that's I think kind of like a rough estimate.
So there's nothing like of each of those individual lines that they plan to use that 3,000 for?
No, they just had kind of included that it would just be $3,000 for advertising, promo and merch.
Okay.
Commissioner Shake.
I shared the same questions that Commissioner Fitzgerald had, so 3,000 for quarter zip, so just wanted to be that number, so.
Any further discussion on FGSA operating request for $17,280.40? All those in favor, please raise your placard.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Johnson.
So, I'm just trying to calculate, like, so they're requesting, sorry, I need to go back to. FGSA is requesting a total of $17,000 approximately in their operating services, but if we round it up, they've only spent $2,000 this year. Or like $3,000 at max. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there, like, I mean, other than the $3,000 increase for merchandise advertising, why is there an additional, like, $17,000 increase in their budget? And I guess if Drew could answer that as well, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, so to answer your question, so this year SG did have to undergo a new policy for hiring our agency directors since they would be university employees. So there is a whole formal policy that we have to follow. So there was a delay in getting some of our agency directors appointed into their position, and after they're appointed by our student government senate, it usually, depending upon so usually they're appointed on Thursday night. Usually they won't get the paperwork from HR till the next week. And if they fill it out right when they get it, it takes about a week to process. So kind of what we experienced in that process is that it takes a little while to get our agency directors fully operational within their agencies. And so a big reason is that a lot of them were not fully equipped and able to run due to the whole process that we have to follow now, probably till about, I would say a fourth to half the way through the semester of last year. So that kind of delayed some spending. I do just want to remind you guys that, you guys know when the fiscal year runs, it runs from, basically June to the next July, July to the next June. So there was no spending because we did not have agency directors from that July to the basically late September, early October for a lot of these agencies. That is something we are going to try to fix moving into next year, is try to figure out a way to streamline agency directors so that way they can have more time in their positions as agency directors to spend that money. So it just kind of has to do with a delay of getting agency directors into their positions. I do want to say that each agency, it was required that they present to the student senate a way to spend down what they have left to spend, and they did provide the student senate that this is how we plan to spend down, and a lot of them are planning a couple of bigger events with other agencies and different things like that. So that's just kind of like a look at this semester ahead. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the request for $17,280.30 under FGSA operating, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining. The request for $17,282.40 for FGSA operating has passed. Okay, moving on to ISS or International Student Services, they are requesting a total of $20,459. And under their operating line, they are requesting $14,000 even. Is there any discussion? Mr. Johnson?
Again, I'm looking at the ISS's proposed allocation request, and I see that their tabling events are approximately priced at $1,200. It's $1,250 each, and they hold 2 tabling events. Why is that so expensive?
Region policy.
I think more specifically for those tabling events, they look at getting, some stuff to hand out, kind of like that, merge different things like that, branded stuff, that those end up costing a lot kind of within the economy that we are in right now. And so I think that's kind of why they are kind of at that $1,250 for each tabling event. That is just to provide them stuff to be able to hand out at their tabling events that are branded in ISS logos and stuff like that.
If I could have the record just reflect my own opinion and personal experience. I am president of a student organization at UNO and we are entirely self-funded. And all of our tabling events, we hand out merch, we hand out food, and we help connect people with our organization, and approximately it costs us $30 each time. So in my own personal opinion, I find that to be highly excessive. So I will be motioning that we reduce that spending to. Can I do that? Okay, I'd like to motion that for the ISS's tabling expenses, that each event is given $250 each.
Is there a second?
One second.
Is there discussion? Commissioner Piper?
Thank you. I think it's important to note, like, the money that they're asking for, it's a lot of money, yes, for a tabling event. And while I love that you're able to sustain the way that you do with $30, I think it's important to note that, like, they're asking for this money for a reason. So, I mean, I get your concern. But at the end of the day, like, I'm not concerned that they're not going to not use the allocated money given to them. I don't know, I guess I would just like to urge us to really think about the big cut that we're trying to make with this money right now. Yeah, I think that's a pretty significant cut, so I think we should really like consider that and use this time wisely to have a discussion about why we feel that is the best decision we can make, and that I just urge us to really, really contemplate what we're doing here with the amount of money we're trying to cut from them.
Thank you. Commissioner Fitzgerald?
I do understand that the tabling events can be done cheaper, but I do think that cutting it by $1,000 is a bit excessive. I think maybe like, I don't know, like a more appropriate would maybe be to allocate like $1,000 for each tabling event rather than only $250.
Commissioner Shake?
I will agree with Commissioner Fitzgerald. Yes, it can be a little cheaper and it's better to find a more appropriate number. In my opinion, it is $1,000 for each tabling event, but I'm open to research.
Commissioner Jones?
So I think it's a great discussion and I agree with both sides, but I mean, the fact of the matter is there are certain departments that don't have these operating budgets. And for me, the topic of discussion may not be for right now, but moving forward, if we're giving someone or organization $14,000, like there's an organization, there's a department that may only have a $5,000 operating budget. So I think just broadly requesting, I think $250 is a bit much, and I think $1,000 might be a sweet spot. But for me, what I would ask is, we can't just paint a broad brush to say, I think this is going to be $1,250 because this is real money. This is money that's coming out of your pockets, and I think we owe it to us and we owe it to them to be able to say the students have a need, but the students are also paying for the need. So to me, I hate to say return on investment, but what is coming from this? We can't just say merge, we can't just say promotion, we can't just say all these things, those are fantastic buzzwords, but at the end of the day, there needs to be some sort of return on investment. So if we allocate 1,000, then how many students are you engaging with? How much effort are you putting into engaging with the students and doing all those things? So I would ask, maybe moving forward next year, how can we modify this process to say, hey, we engaged with 500 students, we had this much notoriety, we did all these great things with it, because right now we're just closing our eyes and we're giving money. And to me, that's not the way the real world works. So I would ask, moving forward, if we allocate and we give, what's the return? What do we do with it? So that's, I don't know if this is appropriate for this venue, but I just felt like I needed to speak, and that damn bang has got my energy going, so.
Commissioner Barrientos.
I 100% agree with you're saying, Commissioner Jones. I also, I kind of want to know, I don't know if there's an exact number, what like past tabling events usually cost or average around. I feel like that would be a good kind of number to base our opinion on. Since
Director of DEIA, Stephens, can you answer that?
So as a former director and the director of DEIA, usually the tabling events, I would say for us would cost around that number of 250, but we also didn't provide food at those events. And it says conversational tabling, and the talks with the ISS director, I think there's a little bit of a language barrier there in that she's talking about like a roundtable discussion is what my understanding has come from her, where they would provide food for those participants. So I think we're thinking of tabling here in like the wrong sense. Like I know what we all think of when we think of tabling. It's like right outside of Milo Vale. You have one table, two chairs, you're handing out candy and flyers. I think this is a little different. If that helps at all. But yeah, like regular tabling, I would say closer to your number about 250, but I think the 1,250 is a little more accurate for their idea of tabling.
Discussion on the motion to.
I am gonna withdraw my motion of just $250, and I would like to motion for $1,000 for each event.
Is there a second? Commissioner Davis, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion to change, the request, for each tabling event to $1,000 has passed for ISS. Okay, so that would mean that you moved looking at the 250, so the 500, so it'd be 13. Oh. It's the new amount that we're looking at. Just go get groceries and put that in the budget already. Is there any other discussion for the ISS operating request of $13,500? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The request for $13,500 towards ISS operating has passed. Okay. Now looking at Network for Disability Awareness total, they are requesting $17,159. NDA operating is they're requesting $11,000. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Fitzgerald.
So I'm taking a look at their like event. I think it's like trivia night on there. And I'm just kind of wondering why they need $2,000 to run that trivia night event.
Director Stephens, could you answer that?
Okay, so I'm looking at quotes because I'm gonna be honest, I've been director of NDA and I've been the one helping them with this. When looking at quotes, because I'm not gonna run a trivia tonight, that's why then. But when looking at quotes, it is about $1,000 to host a trivia because we've reached out to a lot of companies, quite a few, and it's kind of hard to get responses. But yeah, it's about $1,000, and then budgeting about 500 for food and 500 for prizes, and that could go a little either way, you know. So like if we use a little more for food and a little less for prizes.
So would the event be hosted on campus or would it be hosted by someone else?
Yes, so that's part of the thing is it would be hosted on campus, which means the trivia company would have to bring in their like equipment and their stuff, which again costs money.
Just like a DJ, you're bringing in somebody to.
Yeah, like a DJ, but like, yeah, for like trivia.
Point of clarification, make sure if you're asking questions, discussion, raise your placard. Thank you.
Commissioner Shake.
So is that the same for the hot chocolate event? Is it multiple events throughout the year for the hot chocolate event?
Director Stephens, could you answer that?
Apparently it's just set. Yeah, so right now that is actually one of NDA's events and it would happen 1 to 2 times. The current one is around $1,000. Is what has been approved by this year's like budget committee last week.
And then, do they have to cater the hot chocolate from Sodexo?
Yes, they do, and
That explains it.
that is a lot more expensive, guys, than if I were to go to the store and buy hot chocolate packets.
So,
Any other discussion on the operating request?
oh wait, I did have one more question.
Commissioner.
I'm so sorry. How many tabling events do they hold throughout a year on average?
Last semester, NDA held, I wanna say 3. The semester before that, I know they held 2 a month. So like, the semester like last spring, they held about 2 a month.
Do you know if they plan on holding about 2 a month again or anywhere?
I'm not director, I'm
Okay,
in the
right.
process of hiring somebody new, so I have an interim thingy, but I would say yes, we do encourage all of our agencies to table and get their like events and agency out there. But we can't force people to do things they don't wanna do, so hopefully, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any other discussion on the NDA operating request for $11,000? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining. The request for $11,000 under NDA operating has passed. Okay, look at queer and trans services now. They're requesting a total of $25,944. And QTS operating is requesting $19,485. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Fitzgerald.
So I might not be the most informed on some of these areas, but I'm looking at the promotion and outreach and I've seen it would be $600 for Heartland Pride. Could I just get an explanation exactly of what that is? Why $600 is needed?
For Regent Muncie.
Either way.
Yeah.
Okay, so $200 is supposed to go for like a tabling and also a parade float, so that kind of. The 600 is supposed to kind of cover the decorations for the float as well as any tabling stuff for that pride event. Does that answer that question?
Yes.
Any other discussions? Commissioner Davis. And I have some clarification on what is special guest on the those $2,000. Oh, for urgency.
Okay. Ella, so. Oh, wait. Is this under the drag show?
This is just under events.
Okay.
It's headliners over here.
Well, actually, no. I thought there was one more thing I was looking at.
So usually for the drag show, they have different, so the headliner usually costs right around the $70,000. That's to have like a bigger drag queen from either the area, and I think not this past year, but the year before, they brought in someone that was a little bit more internationally recognized. So entertainers and I think special guests, they're just looking at hopefully bringing in more drag queens to be able to perform. I don't know why it's specifically under like special guests. I would assume that maybe they're looking at, you know, kind of like a main headliner and maybe like a secondary kind of like person to help run the drag show. So.
Commissioner Johnson.
At the last drag show, how many people approximately attended?
So we had 150 this last time. And I don't know the year prior, but I will say that I think that number is pretty consistent throughout the years. I will say that this past year we did kind of run into some different QTS like director issues that we were kind of having, just kind of like a switch up of directors. And so that kind of led into like a delay of being able to market the actual event. I think we only had maybe around like a week and a half to 2 weeks to full on market the event. I think looking forward, that is not something that SJ would like to have happen again, and being able to kind of promote that more than just a week and a half to 2 weeks in advance will really help get that number up.
Commissioner Johnson.
One clarification, sorry. Yes, in the crowd, this goes for everybody. Yes, in the crowd, commissioners, for everything, you gotta raise your placard. We gotta like write down names and everything. It's a little hard to do when it's just going back and forth. So keep that in mind. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Johnson.
And is this just one drag show every year? Or semester?
Regency.
Yeah, so usually, so drag shows are pretty expensive. The director we have right now actually has a lot of experience in planning drag shows around the, Heartland community as well as in Lincoln. So he knows what he's doing pretty well. I will say that it's usually just the one event during homecoming, and it's usually sometime during that homecoming week. It's just the one drag show.
And, sorry. Do I have to, like, if I'm building on the same question, do I have to re-raise? Okay. This will be my last one. So, for the drag show, did it get close to $17,185 combining? Cause I feel like I'm just kind of confused on the difference between headliner, entertainers, and special guests. And it's all under events, but it's all under the same Midwest Sound and Lighting, the same recital hall, decoration. And yeah, I'm not trying to interrogate the queens, I am. Yeah, so I just want further clarification on that.
I feel like I can honestly like explain that a little bit better. We had, because we went through the budget, it's a part of the budget request, so the budget committee oversaw those, and they had about, I think, 5 or 6 drag queens come through, and we do give them the salary depending on sort of experience. I think they agree on separate contracts, so there is a varying pay for that from 500 to 1,000 for the local people, and I guess I am a little, I'm not gonna say partial, but I noticed I went to the drag show both years when there was a headliner and there wasn't a headliner. And even with it, we have issues again getting agency directors appointed. I think it would highly benefit from a headliner because, I mean, I know personally, I saw someone I knew from a TV show, and so that's really exciting that they're in Omaha, Nebraska, on our like campus. So I would say the importance of the headliner is should be very emphasized within the budget. And I think I just gave my 2 cents, I guess, that the headliner's needed, but overall for the Midwest Sound and Lighting, yes, that was about the same that budget committee saw over this past year. And then the headliners, they just vary from the 1,000 to the 500, depending on how many queens they get. So does that answer your question?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Yes. Commissioner Fitzgerald.
So I was crunching some of the numbers here, and I've been taking a look at, they had 150 students with that cost. That would be about $114.57 for each student that attended the drag show. I do wonder if that needing to spend $17,000 is necessary for an event that 1% of the student body population goes to each year. I feel like we could cut some spending there in order to help costs with all of our students.
If I'm being so completely honest, I think because I saw the difference in attendance myself when I was there, I think the lack of the national headliner really impacted attendance this year, because they don't have that sort of nationally recognized person. So I think I would, Regent Lacey, do you have attendance from when Heidi was here?
I don't have attendance for that specific event, but I do want to provide further clarification. So the way that this is explicitly like line items, more specifically, 17,000 is not just for the drag show. 11,540 is for the drag show, $3,075 is for queer prom, 2,000 for queer career panel, and then $460 for like a cabaret / art gallery. So it's all kind of chunked up into one big, like it's under all their events that they would like to do. But more specifically, if we're talking more specifically about drag show, it's just $11,540. And again, kind of reemphasizing what has already been stated by multiple people is that like a headliner really does help bring in a lot more community members as well as students. So that was not offered this past year, just kind of due to some constraints of the last year's budget. So being able to bring in a larger headliner will really allow for a larger crowd to come in, which then more people are going to in turn benefit from that. That makes sense.
Yeah, so kind of piggybacking on what Commissioner did. Kind of piggyback up what Commissioner Davis was saying. Is there a need to have a headliner and a special guest, or do you think that the event could just have a headliner and still get that community out, like what's the word, like people have shown up? Can't think of it, but.
So I think kind of what is normal, like if you haven't gone to the drag show, I highly recommend that you go in the fall of next year so you can all kind of experience it. So the headliner, of course, is just going to be one person for that $7,000. And then we kind of bring it, or we as an SGA and QTF, we bring in local entertainers as well. So it's not just one person performing, you're always looking at like 5 to 7 people performing. So that 7,000 is going to be that one headliner, and then the entertainers and special guest is going to kind of be those more local entertainers from Lincoln. I think we had some from Lincoln, we have some from Omaha. I think there was one from Des Moines that came in. I think there was also one from Minneapolis. So we kind of bring them around from like the Midwest area. So that kind of it helps with, bringing in larger talent as well as more local talent as well. So it's not just about like the one large person, the headliner. It's more about bringing in a bunch of different people. Like I think 7 to 8 people really brings in a larger crowd.
My question wasn't really about the entertainers section. It was about the special guest section, and that implies that is one probably kind of semi-famous, but less famous than the headliner. And I'm just kind of curious about whether that special guest is needed. Cause I can understand like you need the entertainers, even though just a headliner, but do we need to have $2,000 for a second person?
Yeah, so I get what you're saying, but I think the explanation still kind of goes that if you were able to pay more for like a semi-large person, you're still gonna be able to, you know, again, bring in like a larger crowd of people. So someone who is, you know, I think if we are able to hit all three categories of like very well known, kind of well known, maybe not as well known, I think you are able to you're kind of able to get anyone to be able to come. I don't think I'm answering your question, but.
No, that second answer was.
Okay.
Commissioner Kuipers.
Am I correct, am I correct in thinking that those fees, like 7,000 for the headliner, 2,000 for the entertainers, and 2,000 for the special guests, includes not only the cost of them to perform, but also the travel costs?
Yes, so more so I deeply apologize. Okay, so that the headliner, that's not just the cost for them to perform, and same with the entertainers and special guests, that includes travel. For the headliner, usually includes like air travel as well as a hotel place to stay, because usually we have to pull drag queen in from like California, Chicago, New York, different places like that. Obviously, that's not a day trip, especially if we're if this is gonna be taking place in Omaha, Nebraska. So that kind of accounts for those like lodging expenses and different things like that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brewster.
Obviously, you know, these people are needed to come out. What are you guys doing to advertise to get more than 150 people out events?
Yeah, so I think the year prior, we had a lot more time to be able to market. So one a big way that we do that is flyers on campus. We also do all our like social media. So the QTS has their own Instagram. SGA also has its own Instagram. Sorry, I know that SLI usually reposts the like if there is any like Instagram posts. I know that we also work with Spirit and Traditions, who is in charge of planning homecoming, and they put it on NavSync as like an event. So like there's multiple ways that people see it, as well as word of mouth. Like my first year in SGA, our entire exec team went. I think this past year we had roughly around a half of our exec team went. It just kind of depends on when it falls. So I think it's also about, you know, bringing your friends and things like that. So that's something we're actively working on. I think year over year, we're getting better about marketing and making sure that we are getting more and more people to come.
So I just had a follow-up.
Commissioner Brewster.
Do you think it would help to have taking a portion of what's approved to set aside specifically for marketing?
I mean, so I do not have any personal experience in planning the events that QTS is specifically asking their money for. So I think as the past director of finance last year, I know you guys are able to allocate this. If you guys wanted to allocate more money for special marketing, you're more than welcome to do that. That is within the commission's rights. I think being able to market to a larger group of people would definitely help.
Commissioner Johnson.
So I do want to take a moment to find more information on the type of this stuff. So could I move to Groove for like 5 or 10 minutes? Get a breather.
Yeah, is there a second? Director Davis. Discussion. All those in favor. All opposed. All abstaining. Can we heard for 5 minutes?
Talking on a microphone out, like I'm done with that. I got a little bit of last time.
I run for students at the one way.
Yeah. That is a lot.
I don't know.
Commissioners could just find their seats.
Right, yeah.
We'll resume. So we are discussing QTS operating. Is there any more discussion on this budget request? Commissioner Carver.
Sorry. I just want to say, I think it's important to know, in their budget presentation, which I don't know if you want to pull it up or not. I don't know if you need to, but I don't know if you want. They did put in their executive summary that their focus is on outreach, networking, and visibility. So I know our biggest concern is money and possibly like cutting those funds, or like how are they doing outreach? Like their focus is on outreach, networking, and visibility this time around. So I think that's very important to keep in mind when looking at this money and this increase that they technically have. That is something they're actively looking at, is outreaching. So.
I can pull that up really quick, just so that you guys can see what it was to send in.
It's slide 8.
Sort of their executive summary here. For their executive summary, then the focus sectors, and just a little bit broader, more concise information about their budget request overall. Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, could I just ask Drew one more question, just so it's on the record? I already asked.
Yeah. Okay, Regent Lacey.
Did having a national headliner significantly increase turnout the previous time around?
Regent Lacey.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
More discussion. Commissioner Fitzgerald.
Yeah, so I'm going to make a motion where we could, because when I had a conversation, I was just kind of understanding, it seems like the special guest can kind of serve as an MC. However, I do think that $2,000 is still a bit excessive for that. So I will make a motion to reduce the cost of the special guest to $1,000.
Is there a second? Commissioner Davis, is there any discussion? Commissioner Brewster.
I would like to say, instead of cutting it $5,000, I would say taking that $1,000 and putting it into marketing specifically for that event instead. So they have a designated amount that they use to market for.
So just separating the 1,000 from the MC or headliner to marketing. Commissioner Johnson.
If I'm not mistaken, cutting $1,000 from that 2,000 would remove their ability, it would take that $1,000 away from getting a local drag queen instead of a national one. So in my opinion, I feel like if we want to reallocate $1,000 into marketing, we should take it from the $7,000 national figure instead. Because $1,000 cutting 50% from a local drag queen, I think would do significant harm on their events. So,
Commissioner Piper?
I kind of just want to echo off of that. Well, yes, obviously having a big headliner is great, but at the end of the day, that should not be the biggest thing that draws people in, is the fact of one big head person. I think, once again, our biggest concern was outreach, and it still is. And you're looking at an organization that's actively trying to hit those outreach markers with 3 to possibly more people coming in from each different sector. So for me, I don't feel comfortable cutting that amount, with the reasoning of just, oh, it's a local person. That should be the biggest things. You have a local person coming in. It's not just about this one headliner. Yes, we would love to see big people, but that doesn't mean that somebody else should have their voice slightly cut, or they should have to worry about now them funding their own issues or other things because the fact that we decided to cut it for whatever reason you have in that personal, like, I'm just yapping at this point, so I'm gonna just set this down, but that's my viewpoint personally. I don't love the idea of cutting that and allocating it towards something else personally.
Commissioner Fitzgerald?
I do appreciate the clarification and pointing out that $2,000 would be going towards a local person. I didn't realize that had to be more regional. Is it possible to change a motion, or do I have to withdraw and then propose a new one?
For clarification, we can amend the motion, it'll be like a whole new discussion.
Okay, I would like to amend the motion that rather than taking $1,000 out of the special guest and moving it to marketing, we take $1,000 from the headliner and move it to marketing instead. The Commissioner Johnson was saying.
Commissioner Shake, is there any discussion on the amendment? Commissioner Jones?
If the concern is the money, like I get the idea, you know, you wanna get as many people, you wanna outreach, you wanna do all great things, I'm fantastic with that. Is there a way that we can mimic or we can ask the agency if they can recruit, you know, like MapPro does for their event, you know, they charge ticket price. So there could be a real world in which this could be a revenue opportunity for the agency, you know, moving forward. That's a no. Okay, she's shaking her head no, so I assume that's a no.
Regent Lacey?
So I think for the Math Pro concert, that is held in Baxter Arena, and so that's where they sometimes can charge a ticket price. Again, you're looking at someone who is worldwide recognized. You know, some of the names that were tossed around this year, I think the Bollywood Hoodie's coming for this year. So again, we're like, if we were gonna put on a drag show in Baxter, I think it makes sense to maybe charge ticket prices, but since we're just putting a drag show on in Milo Vale, charging a ticket price might kind of limit people coming to the event.
For community, for students free, community, you know, to get folks from the Omaha area to grow and support the outreach, because if I'm hearing correctly, you know, I'm okay with the money, you know, but in order to make this a more perpetual event moving forward, you know, in order to get community members on campus, you know, and if you haven't done it, that's fine. It's just more of an opportunity that I think this might be something that we're missing, you know, being able to take folks from the local Omaha community to connect with students, to connect via the show and all those types of things. So more of a recommendation, I'm fine with them. But this is my piece.
Also, just to sort of redirect the conversation, we are currently voting, like, we're in discussion for voting on the amendment of the purchase. So we do just need to limit sort of discussion and questioning to the amendment. We'll further discuss outside of the amendment. We're just like very narrow right now with the discussion. Commissioner Bartle.
Yeah, I think this is an area where we're over managing. We want to let these organizations make their own decisions about how they want to spend their money. And we are operating off of line items, it's true. However, I think it's, the purpose of this committee is broader to make policy and not to micromanage. So, I'm gonna vote against this amendment because, for that reason.
Thank you. So the current amendment that what we're about to vote on is to remove the $1,000 from the 7,000. Is everyone clear on that? Commissioner Johnson.
If I could ask Commissioner Fitzgerald a question. My understanding was that we were reallocating 1,000 from the 7,000 into a new marketing category. Is that correct?
Yes, that was the intention.
Commissioner Fisher. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, or yeah, all those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The amendment has passed. That's passed. Okay.
We are now voting on, or we are now discussion for $1,000. Or $6,000 is enough. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Sorry, we're now back to the original motion of the operating expense for QTS.
Yes, so the line item in I'm so sorry, just for clarification, we're now gonna tell on the 19,185, so you guys have any more amendments? Okay, Commissioner Kuipers.
So just to clarify, we're not changing the overall operating expense. So I'm just, I guess, confused. Do we have the power to say where in their individual budget the money goes towards?
Commissioner Shake.
Yeah, yes, we do, because again, we have the authority to decide how much money we're giving them and how much goes where exactly. So if it is specified that they're supposed to use that 1,000 for marketing, then they're only supposed to use it for marketing, if I'm correct. Yes. They can't use that anywhere else.
When the agencies request money through MassSync, they'll put a certain line item that they want to pull from that for their budget. And that's how a budget committee can see how much they have left to spend. And so if we wanted to do it just for marketing or for programming, that's something that budget committee sees. So is there any further discussion on the overall request for the 19,485 for QTS operating? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. The request for $19,485 for QTS operating have passed. Okay, moving now into WGEC operating, they are requesting $41,000 even. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Johnson.
Would anyone be able to clarify how much money approximately they have spent this educational year? I know the packets we have aren't 100% accurate with how it's recorded in the time, but currently as it stands in the presentation printed out, they have spent $1,489, which is 3% of what was allocated to them last year.
Regent Lindsay. Director Stephens, sorry.
So one of the big things on there is their, supply program. If, hopefully we can scroll up a little bit. Is there like sexual health, menstrual health, and I think there's parenting supplies. They haven't been able to purchase any of those last semester, which has contributed to a big decrease in their spending. They are planning on spending, I think, close to $2,000 on their upcoming event. Just from my understanding, but Brooklyn could probably clarify that more because they should have submitted their budget request. So that's part of the reason they haven't spent a lot is because they haven't been able to hand out those parenting, menstrual health supplies because they have not been able to work with, they've been in contract with the Maverick Food Pantry, so they haven't been able to hand anything out yet. Once they do, they will be able to spend a lot more money this semester asking for those items to be replaced. So I think looking at that 3%, it seems like, oh my gosh, but it's really just that, like, kind of that lack of, it's a big university, it's kind of the contracts take a long time, so that will be spent. And I have discussed with every agency director a spending plan, how they're going to spend down that money, and they are working really hard, so.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you for the clarification. First of all, I'm not trying to like grill you or make you nervous, but so for the rest of the semester in their budget plan, are they gonna buy the sexual health materials, menstrual health materials, parenting supplies? Is that part of their budget or is it only events?
That is part of the, sorry, Brooklyn. That is part of their budget, is to spend probably not that whole 40, all that's up there, just like 8,000 something. Because again, it is just one semester that they're planning for. But I think it's important to note that like next semester, it will be 2 semesters and they do hand out a significant amount of these things.
Commissioner Johnson.
My last question for you, do you know approximately how much money they're going to spend on these materials remaining in the semester since you went over a budget plan with them?
Director Stephens.
So when all of my discussions with Lauren, it is kind of hard with that Maverick Food Pantry because they are just getting those things in. So about half of what they have requested for this year, for this coming 2026 is what I think she's estimating is what they're gonna spend this semester.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner.
I think, that's what I want.
Commissioner O'Hara.
Sorry, that's what I want to add. I wanted to ask whether you have gone to, check, the price of those products to see if they, on budget. So, thank you for answering that. So, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Commissioner Fitzgerald.
I'm not trying to be like, again, I don't want to come up as prudish, but I am kind of taking a look at these past few years of the budget for the Limited Gender Equity Center. And each year it has risen by a decent amount. Just 2 years ago, the budget was 33,500. I believe this year they're looking for like 47,459. So I'm just kind of curious about, it just keeps rising a lot faster than like inflation has been. Are there plans in the future to try to reduce spending costs each year?
So that 47,000 number, that also tacks on, if you look at the overall request, that includes the 6,459 student worker wages that's in there. So if you subtract that, they're only requesting 41,000 for their operating. So each year, WGEC is doing very well at getting more supplies out to more students. So that's why they are requesting more money, is because there is more supplies. Director Stephens had kind of talked about the new partnership between the Maverick Food Pantry and WGEC. That is something that happened. That's kind of took off, started last semester, and it's now working very, very well. And so there's a lot of products that are going out of the Maverick Food Pantry. And so WGEC is responsible for basically stocking that supplies into the Maverick Food Pantry, and then that is how it's distributed to students. Oh, that's true. So if you kind of go to like any of like the bathrooms, there's like different dispensers and different stuff like that. That is also filled via the WGEC.
Commissioner Para.
This product, is it only the food pantry that is kept, or are there other places in the campus that is being kept? Because sometimes I think most students doesn't know that those products are in the food pantry.
So there are a couple different methods. First, thank you for asking the question. There are a couple different ways that these are distributed. The main way is through the Maverick Food Pantry, and they are again still kind of expanding with Maverick Food Pantry on how to better market that to the students. I will say so far that it's been pretty productive. Not very productive. Sorry, the word is slipping. It's been a long day. It's been very beneficial to have it go through the Maverick Food Pantry, as a lot of students are using that. They also do the dispensers that are in this building. And so that's another way that those are being used by students. So I do think that there are multiple avenues that WGEC is allowing students to use the different supplies.
Thank you. Commissioner Shady.
Under the parenting supplies, if you look at that, we have, again, sorry if I don't know much, educate me, but baby bottles, breastfeeding supplies, postpartum supplies, and toys and books. How are they using that money, and is giving 750 to each one of those? Should we be doing that?
Thank you. Thank you for asking that question, Commissioner Shake. Kind of the more specific ones you talked about, I think we need to think about parenting as more than just a singular gender problem. It applies to everyone if they are a parent. So if we look at baby bottles, breastfeeding supplies, postpartum supplies, toys and books, I think it goes into the parenting supply program in that it's fully encompassing all areas of being a parent, especially for a college student. Baby bottles, kind of out of your own pocket, going to Target, Walmart, wherever you purchase your, groceries, stuff like that. That's gonna be considerably more expensive than if utilizing these parenting supplies. So basically, students are getting these to be able to take care of their children, if they do have children. And so this just allows all parents, regardless of gender, to utilize the all parenting supplies. Does that answer your question?
Commissioner Brewster.
I guess overall, is it fair to assume that that number has also risen each year because more people are continually using the service? It's not decreasing or remaining the same?
Yes, thank you for asking the question. First, I'd like to apologize if you cannot understand what I'm saying because of having next door, I'm about to repeat. That kind of goes for everything that you see line item wise, is that the cost of everything has risen. And so like also a lot more people are using the supplies. So it's not only being able to purchase more supplies, but it's also being able to purchase the supplies that has gotten more expensive over time. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Johnson.
I just have one more thing. I see they're only planning on spending $100 on condoms. And I feel like with uncertainty of birth control, the rising costs of it, and the difficult access to contraception, I think we should consider increasing that amount. Something else is like if you go to any of the bathrooms here on campus, that's where they provide them and they've been out for months. So I feel like they should expand on that. So I'd be open to hearing if anybody has suggestions. I did Google, like, I don't know where they purchase the condoms from, if they have like a certain provider or whatever. But yeah, so cost could be, it could depend. I would hope that they don't buy like the lowest quality, lowest price. So anyway, if y'all have some ideas on how much we should increase it, I do think it should be more than $100, because that could be anywhere between 100 to, it said 1,000 condoms. So was what my quick research proposed.
Commissioner Piper.
Yes, so kind of going off of that, I feel like. So I'm a senior, just to give some context, I guess. And they have, I don't know if any of you guys have been like handed a bag that they give out sometimes that has like free condoms and things of that nature. They're usually not like the lowest brand, like usually they have like your higher brand. That's like, this is so awkward, but like, so yes, I guess like with the concern, that is a fair assessment to say that like 100, for condoms is like, could be considered a little low, considering the type that they get. So I guess I would kind of second that a little bit of like, I think giving them a little bit more money, in my opinion, I would probably say at least $250, because this serves everybody at the end of the day, trying to help with not only birth control, but also like STIs. So I think 250 to maybe 3 would be my personal, like, I guess, recommendation, but that once again should be talked about in discussion, because that's what we're here for, is discussion. So just wanted to say that point. So
Commissioner Johnson.
Okay, so I would like to propose an amendment to increase their spending on condoms to $250 instead of just 100.
Commissioner Regenstrider, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The amendment has passed. So just add that to the roll. Commissioner Johnson.
I don't know if I stated it wrong. Did I say increase by or to increase to 250? Because this said by 250, and I think I said to 250, but
That's what I heard.
Okay. 250. So $250. Okay, sorry.
Secretary, yes, or no? Okay. The line item has been increased to $250. So now we're looking at an overall allocation of the $41,250. Right. Yes. Okay. Is there any more discussion? Commissioner Fitzgerald.
So I was just gonna say, I didn't actually know they had condoms in the bathrooms at UNO. I feel like for some of the stuff here, there might not be enough knowledge to know that UNO will provide a lot of these, like, sexual health or menstrual health items for parenting health. Do you think that there could be maybe a way that marketing, do you think they have enough for marketing these items out to students across campus? Because I don't really see it anywhere around they have these items.
Region C.
Yeah, so I mean, I can for sure take that information back to our agency director and WGEC's board. So we can better market these items, so then that way more people do know about them. I will say it is just kind of difficult given the current political climate that we are in and our current board of regents. This is definitely kind of a sore subject in that regard. So we are working again with some difficult policies, and we are working around those and making sure that we are allowing every student access to these. So that's something I will take back and we will improve upon. While I do have the mic, I do want to make I'm very thankful for the 250 total for the condoms line item. I do just want to provide some further clarification. So if you read right there, an additional $720 was added to the original WGEC request by Senate motion that can go for any contingency across any WGEC line item. That was not reflected in that breakdown of each item. Our Senate had these same concerns in regard to all items, is that maybe there wasn't enough money for condoms, pregnancy tests, so on and so forth. And so I, as student body president, asked our Senate to consider making it even $41,000. So there is so just going forward, if there is to be any further discussion, just so you guys are aware, there is the $720. That is a contingency that can kind of help go toward any line item where, you know, maybe $100 is enough or 250 isn't enough and things like that, just for future clarification.
Further discussion, then the request. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The budget request for $41,150 has been approved. Okay. And now we're going to SGA, so we will now review the gateway.
Point of clarification, we're gonna vote on the whole budget.
I thought it was anyways. Is there any discussion on SGA's total budget request for 2026, 2027? All those in favor, please raise their placards. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The budget request, the SGA budget request for 2026, 2027 has been approved. Okay. Now we will review the gateway allegations. Just a quick note, seeing as all of these are being requested from reserves, it's all personal expenses, so we don't really vote on that. We'll jump into the managerial positions. So from the university staff, so all of this. And also, please note that for this portion, they are for manager wages, they are requesting, well, they're budgeting for the 62,000, but 12,000 or 13,000-ish is coming from reserves. So we will be voting on the $49,307.55. Okay, so is there any
Clarification.
Go ahead, yeah.
To vote on the all with zero.
Okay.
Point of clarification, you can do block voting for all.
Yeah. The chair is seeking a motion to block vote for all non-personal expense gateway. Is this Commissioner Pepper? Is there any discussion? All those in favor of block voting for non-personal expense for the gateway, Jersey Walkers? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion has passed. Okay, Commissioner Pepper.
Sorry. Do you have like a question? Or something?
No, as the manager.
Oh, can I use my time? Is that an option to, okay, perfect, I use my time.
Thank you. So this is my fault. The presentation the other night wasn't clear. The $12,745 dollars was reserves for student wages. Not for the manager wages is my pay. It's probably 6 of one, half dozen of the other, but I have a publications board to answer to, and they set this. So what we did, so you know, when we get to student wages, it's $28,000 down there, staff wages. You'll see in what we've spent so far this year is $20,000. That computes to $40,000 for a year. So the 12,000 and change is going to supplement that $28,000 from reserves, if that makes sense. But you all can do it either way. I'll just tell my board, so up to you guys.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, I'm Todd Cooper. I'm the manager of the Gateway. Sorry.
Okay, thank you so much. We will now still vote on the block voting for the non-personal expenses, okay? So, any discussion on non-personal expenses? For reserves? All those in favor, please raise your blocker. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The request for $19,000 for all non-personnel expenses from the gateway has been approved. So now moving on to manager wages. We'll be looking at the $62,053.36. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The budget request for $62,053.36 for manager wages has been approved. Now we'll go to full-time advisor wages for $4,500. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The budget request for $4,500 for full-time advisor wages has been approved. Part-time outside advisor benefits next for $8,917.04. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The budget request for $8,917.04 has been approved for part-time outside advisor benefits. Now looking into student management. So looking at staff wages for a request with a request of $15,254.19. And like Mr. Cooper's just said, the 12,000 is coming from the reserves. So the 28,000 is from it. Just so we're all clear. Is there any discussion? Would someone like to yield their time? Commissioner Johnson.
I'll yield my time to Mr. Cooper.
Cooper.
Okay, now I've totally confused everybody. I'm a journalist, not a mathematician, but so the 28,000 for staff wages. If you add the 12,000 to it, you will cover what we're going to spend on staff wages this year. So it should be a total of 40,000 and change. The 28,000 is correcting so that we can use 12,000 from reserves, as opposed to going 28,000 down to 15 something. Sure. And I apologize for the confusion.
So you're looking at an overall request of $40,754.51.
Right, the expense sheet on payroll that I got from Denise, from July 1st through December 31st, we spent $20,000 on staff wages, in part because we have a much larger staff. It's all minimum wage. By the way, they all make $15 an hour, except for those two who have put in their time and are now in leadership, and they get the joy of managing those 20 other students. But and they make $20 an hour, so that you have full disclosure. But so I think you'll see on the expense form that $20,000 for staff wages so far this year, which would mean 40,000 for the year, and hopefully that stays the same next year.
Thank you so much. The chair is seeking a motion for a 5-minute recess. This is Commissioner Piper. This is our second. Commissioner Johnson. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? We'll move for a 5-minute recess.
Now we get through the 50 different billion boards.
It's gonna have been 5 minutes if we could just wanna. Look for the seats and get this restarted. So the chair is seeking a motion to approve the correction to $28,000 of the Gateway's request for staff wages. Is there a motion? Commissioner Johnson, is there a second? Commissioner Piper, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The correction of $28,000 to the staff wages for the Gateway has been accepted. So now we're still gonna vote on the like the actual 28,000. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Johnson.
I have a general question for anybody from the Gateway if they can answer, so I'll yield my time after to whoever would like to take it up. First, Nebraska law, every year or two, the minimum wage goes up or it's adjusted with inflation, but it's been going up. And do you guys adjust it with inflation per Nebraska law, or is it at a flat rate at the beginning of every academic year?
Can Mr. Cooper answer that?
We do, so it's really unpredictable how much students are going to work. Your classes are important apparently. So I can't say, hey, stop going to class and put in your hours that we've requested in the budget. So we always end up with this kind of end of the semester thing where it's like, are we gonna be over budget, we're gonna be under budget or whatever? Yes, we do. Short answer is yes, so $15 an hour this year, we did adjust for the percentage increases because we have such a large reserve amount. I'm sure you all do. I want to get rid of that. Like, I don't want to get rid of it, but I want to get rid of it. Like, I want to get it down. And so I wasn't as concerned about the inflation on that, just knowing that we'll just have to take a few thousand or maybe 10,000 more from reserves so that we're not stockpiling student fees and reserves. We should not be saving student fees for a rainy day, so.
And then I do have a second question.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
All right, so recently the Nebraska legislature passed LB 25-8, which allows business owners, organizations to lower their minimum wage by $2 for anybody who is 20 years old or younger. Does your organization plan on doing that, or are they going to keep it at the average or the typical minimum wage?
Mr. Cooper.
Thanks. The board does not like that. We have a minimum wage that we have to pay, but we can pay above that. And since the voters voted for a minimum wage of $15 plus percentage every year, we're going to stick to that and not take advantage of whatever Gene Rabel passed the other day. So,
all right, well, that answers my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the request for 28,000 for staff wages? All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstaining. The request for 28,000 for staff wages from the Gateway has been approved. Now we'll move on to the editor-in-chief. The Gateway is requesting $15,200 for editor-in-chief. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Johnson.
I have one more question. You can just yell it out from out there. Do your wages, are they directly deposited into a bank account or are they loaded onto MavLink?
I'm so sorry. What is your name?
Caitlin.
Caitlin. Can Caitlin answer that?
Yeah, right into bank account.
Okay, right into a bank account if you didn't hear that. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion?
Sorry.
Commissioner O'Hara.
I just want to be clarified about the 15,200 amounts for the editor-in-chief. Is it for the salary or for other expenses? Just want to.
Mr. Cooper can correct me if I'm wrong, but editor-in-chief is a separate sort of specialized position in the Gateway. So they do receive that as a salary. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The request for $15,200 for the editor-in-chief's salary has been approved. Moving on to ad manager, the Gateway is requesting $11,400. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The request for $11,400 for ad manager has been approved. Now we are going to look at student benefits. They are requesting $4,368. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Fitzgerald.
So, kind of wanting context, I've worked as a student worker before. There were no benefits. So I guess I'm just kind of, is the benefits like mainly for grad students or kind of like, what's the rundown on that? Also seeing that it's a new category.
Mr. Cooper, could you answer that?
Colby might be better at this. I understood was it Aaron or somebody sent us a chart of what we were supposed to budget. I agree with you, Commissioner Fitzgerald. I never budgeted before for benefits, and that's why it's called a new category. Maybe Colby, you could enlighten them.
Advisor Brock, can you answer that question?
So that would be the federal people. That's being budgeted. So it's not necessarily been federal required.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The request for $4,368 for student benefits has been approved. And now the total Gateway request is $121,692.59. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The request of $121,692.59 for the total Gateway budget has been approved. Now we will look at we'll review MAVPRO's allocation. So the first line item that we're looking for is the 60,000. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Kuipers.
More of a comment. I don't pay into this fund as faculty, but I would just encourage you students to kind of look at the impact. The student population is, from what I understand, roughly 15,000. And if these events are getting anywhere from 300 to 1,300 per event, so that's kind of a lot of money to be putting towards those. So I don't know if that means like more promotion needs to go into these, but you guys are paying for these events, so just keep that in mind.
Commissioner Johnson.
I would like to also comment and kind of respond to it. I think that's great advice whatsoever, and I would like to build on it and say that I do think promotion needs to be a bigger priority with how much we're spending. But I do think it is important that we hold these events because I've lived on campus for 2 years, and I'm not the first person to admit that UNO student life is kind of boring. And especially compared to Lincoln, it was kind of culture shock. And I'm from Kearney. It's really not too fun out there either. So I think, I do think we need to stick with these events. And I'm not advocating by any means for going through line by line and cutting a lot of their funding on it. But I would also like to agree with you on MapPro doing whatever they can to bring out more people and more events that cater to more people. Because, I'm also kind of rambling, but I'll end it there.
Thank you. Commissioner Fitzgerald.
I would also like to make a comment with regards to, again, response to Commissioner Johnson and Kuipers. I do believe that MavPro does do a pretty good job at diversifying their various events they hold throughout the year. I used to live on campus and would attend those events more so when I did live here, but I have gone to a couple living off of campus. They are one of the organizations where I actually do see more advertising for their events than other ones around the university.
Is there any more discussion on the request for 60,000 for general programming for Commissioner Johnson?
Is general, and I guess this is just clarification from anyone, general programming is like the planning of the events, the coordination of them, and like purchasing the fees for all of that? Does that include like insurance? I don't know. I just feel like for a category that's $60,000, it remains rather vague, and especially going into a non-concert year. I would like to know what MavPro has in mind for using that $60,000 for.
Yeah, could MavPro's Vice President of Finance, Gabriela Vallardes, answer?
So our general funding is usually the monthly, like 2 monthly events we do have. That does include like insurance if we do need it. So if we were to hold an event, let's say at Elmwood, we would need to get security, insurance, pay the park, all those fees. If we were to do it at Baxter, same thing. Yeah, it usually just goes towards those events. And then, do you want me to go through like the different ones?
You guys want me to pull up their slideshow?
Yeah, if we could just have like a brief refresher, and you don't need to go like crazy in detail because
That's fine.
you did a lot of detail that on whatever night that was.
No. You can go down. Yes.
You've only heard this one.
No, it's this one.
Okay.
So traditional events, that's like Glow, late night breakfast. Those are ones that usually a lot of people attend to. Larger events would be like kind of holiday themed ones like Mavoween. That's usually something for Halloween. Very, like they had that tonight. So that one was the like Build-A-Bear administrative cost. Is any paper, office supplies that we need or anything for bonding as well, I believe. Usually we don't do anything crazy for bonding either. PR team for the Kahoot, the Canva, the Adobe for them to market and create merge flyers, anything like that. And then I don't know if you have any other questions.
I just was gonna say thank you for your answer, and then I think
Commissioner Shea.
I believe MavPro just had an event right now as we speak, one of the most popular ones too. So I've attended a lot of MAP Pro events before. It is really fun. I think all the money they're getting, they're putting into good use. My only suggestion would be to use the grant program a little better because this is the second semester and I believe none of the 5,000 from last year was spent. I have no problem with an increase in that as well, but if we can just support other organizations quickly for with that money, it would be much appreciated, but no complaints about MAP Pro's budget.
Is there any other discussion then on the $60,000 request for general programming from APRO? Commissioner Johnson?
So I'm not entirely opposed and I'm not entirely against, or I'm not entirely for or against the $60,000 general programming. But I remember from the last time, you had mentioned that like the cost of saddles and skates event was like $9,000 and that the cost of this teddy bear workshop that's coming up, like a Build-A-Bear experience, if I'm not mistaken, it was $7,000. I feel like before I vote on whether or not to approve this, I was wondering if you guys have explored different methods of making these events more affordable on your behalf, because I think like I was just kind of mind blown that the saddles and skates event was $9,000 and yeah.
Vice President Attorneys clarify that.
So we do try to keep everything cheap, like a lot of our stuff that we buy, we try to buy in bulk too, so it's cheaper. And we do look at different alternatives for like merch or like for today's event, we did look at different stuffed animals and stuff like that. So we're trying to keep within budget and something that's reasonable, like reasonably priced. For the saddles and skates. Give me 1 second to look back at the budget sheet. So saddles and skates was $6,000. I overestimated by 3,000. But that one was just, I think the most expensive thing was 2,000, which was Baxter rental, the skate rental, and yeah, I think that one was just more on the pricier side because we're renting out the skates and the ice for students. I don't know if that answered your question.
No, it does.
Okay, sorry.
It makes it better. No.
Is there any further discussion on the 60,000 for general programming that MAPRO is requested? All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The $60,000 request for general programming for MAPRO has been approved. Okay, now we're going to look at, they're requesting $30,000 for traditional events. Like their Vice President of Finance just said, glow, late night breakfast, and then we can take a look at the presentation again. Is there any discussion on this? Commissioner Brewster.
Just to clarify, so each month there's 2 events. And even on the months with the traditional events, there's 2 additional events.
The Vice President Is it Valladares? Or
Thank you, sorry.
Valladares for like, yeah.
Don't do that. Don't.
Whatever makes it easier for you, sorry. But no, it usually is 2 events monthly. So that could be either a traditional event or one of the general like programmed events. Thank you. Any further discussion on the request for 30,000 for traditional events? Commissioner Johnson.
Really quick, could you just remind us how much Glow cost the most recent time around? Not that you have, also.
Yeah, I have it. So Glow was. This year Glow was 25,000, about $26,000.
And
Commissioner Johnson.
how much was late night breakfast?
Late night breakfast. Was 12, like 13,000. Commissioner Johnson.
So if I'm not mistaken, that went over the $30,000.
Yeah, but
budget
I think,
request.
oh, sorry, I'm talking about you. For those pools, I'm not the one who like decides, okay, this gets taken out from general programming and stuff. That's usually Bill who does that. So I can't really answer your question on that. So I think some of the things, like some of the decor and stuff will be pulled under general programming or will be just taken out of traditional events. Okay. Commissioner Mariantos.
Correct me if I'm wrong, are they allowed to take money out of or add to traditional events for like programming or like allocate money to certain categories, or do they have to like discretionarily, like, do we, like, if we assign it to traditional events, that's how much they have?
Advisor Brock.
In the case of student government, the student government can vote to move allocations of line items. I am unfamiliar with the map process in particular.
I think it's like whatever they decide as like that pro.
With the government.
Yeah, it's like they have their own like set of processes and so bylaws.
So they can just switch around money whenever they want.
President or Vice President Valladares. I am gonna text Bill because he's the one who like so what I do is I already get the budget sheets and I double check them with our Excel and he has it written down like taking general programming, large event, blah, blah, blah. So I'm not actually the one who picks where that's coming from, but let me ask him. Commissioner Piper. Yeah, sorry.
I think so she's obviously gonna message Bill. I think it would be ideal to move to group maybe for like 5 minutes just to get that clarification that everyone's seeking.
We do 10.
Commissioner Shake.
And just a quick question, then we can do that. Is Bill also the advisor for Math Pro? I didn't know that.
Right, Ms. Valladares. So the person, so it's Aaron and then Bill. So it's both. But I think Bill has more authority than Aaron because we're under Spirit and Tradition Office. So
Okay.
yeah.
That clarifies, thank you.
Commissioner Shake.
I have a motion to move in group for 5 minutes.
Is there a second? Commissioner Robinshire, is there any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion to move in group has passed for 5 minutes. Taking a little bit more time, so I do ask, just kind of find our seats a little quicker. We are still currently in discussion over the 30,000 for traditional events that Pro is requesting. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Piper.
So I know we had a question that was asked before we went into our break. So I believe you have an answer to that question. So I just wanted to give her that time to get that answer.
Yeah, no, of course, is.
So I spoke with Aaron and he did tell me that we are able to like pick which pool it's coming out of. We just have to run it through Denise and Gina and then they say if that's fine, if that's no. Yeah, that was the answer.
Thank you. Commissioner Schneider.
Can you just clarify who Denise and Gina are? Because I'm not exactly positive about that.
Gina and Denise are part of the business office. So Denise is the woman who was here last week that did the presentation. She is the CEO of the corporation technically, and then Gina is our director of finance. She does a lot of the accounting. Any other discussion on the 30,000? Commissioner Johnson.
I think this might be a more broad or bigger question, but or wait, never mind, I did have an answer earlier, never mind.
On the discussion of the 30,000. All right, all those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The request for 30,000 under traditional events from MAPRO has been approved. Now we'll move on to look at large events, such as Halloween, Very, etc. MAPRO is requesting 25,000. Under this line item, is there any discussion? Commissioner Johnson?
So do you have access to how much Halloween costed this most recent year?
Inside Aries.
Yes, I do. 1 second. Halloween was $7,000.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Schneider.
I know the very event like literally just happened, but do you guys have a rough estimate on how much that did cost you as well?
Yeah, so very was, can you go up a slide? Can you go up one more? Was 6,518. Or I think it might have been 6,000 only because I don't think we ended up getting the cookies.
Is there any other discussion for the requested 25,000 for large events? Commissioner Johnson.
One last one and then I'll chill out. For the very event, you guys spent $5,000 on merch, right? What merch was being given out?
So the merch, what that was the stuffed animal, the stuffing, and the little t-shirts that every student can receive. I will say I got asked a good question saying if we have any things left over, if we do keep them, if we just hold them in storage, and anything that is left over from our events usually gets, we usually post on our Instagram and say that we have stuff and pass by the Spirit and Tradition office. And then students who weren't able to attend an event, if we had like merch left over, they're able to come to the office and grab anything that was left over or like stuff like that. Even with food, like if we had a bunch of cookies left over, sometimes we'll put them in the office and students can come in and grab cookies, snacks, merch if we have anything left over.
And is it like, how often does it happen where y'all bought too much merch and even after social media, people don't pick up everything?
Not often. I don't think I've seen that happen since my first year in math pro, so that was probably my sophomore or junior year and senior.
That's good. Thank you.
Any other, Commissioner Piper?
I just wanted to say the phone passing was just like a post just showing extra leftover things, just I know it wasn't shown on that side, just so everybody's aware of what was shown ultimately.
Commissioner Schneider?
So I did the math really quick and just with the Mabeline and Berry one, the cost was around 13.5. What are you guys doing with the rest of the extra money with that 25,000 allocated? Is there another event happening or?
For large.
Yeah.
For large event?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So yes, for right now, we have 2 events coming up in March. I believe April has one or 2 events, and then we have our concert. So then we do have events coming up. Yeah, yeah.
Commissioner Fitzgerald?
So this is just a general comment kind of about everything, but I do think that, I do appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the time that you put into it to come here and explain, like, answer our questions. I do think just something that might be helpful in the future could maybe be to have kind of more in-depth of each of the budget items here, like the general programming, the traditional events and the large events. Just to help kind of maybe clear up potential confusion that could arise. But as I said, I do appreciate the presentation you put together and taking your time to come and answer our questions.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstaining, please raise your placards. The request for 25,000 towards large events has passed for Math Pro. Okay, and then we'll look at administrative costs and PR team. They are requesting 4,000. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Shake?
When it's where it says subscriptions to Kahoot and then admin costs 15, PR 4,000, is that part of what we're discussing right now? Is that a mistake? Or
I do believe it is a part of what we're discussing.
so can you go down? It should be,
This.
yes.
right,
Oh, I
yeah.
had, sorry, guys.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the 4,000? Commissioner Johnson?
Did we just have it corrected on here or?
Yeah, the 4,000 with the 1,500, right?
Oh, so I'll motion to have the document edited to accurately reflect what is going to be allocated in funding.
And second, Commissioner Shake. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion to request an update to correct the $4,000 to 2,500 under PRT for administrative costs and the team for macro has been accepted. Any further discussion on the overall request of $4,000 for administrative costs and PR team under, for macro? All right, all those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstaining. The request for $4,000 for administrative costs and PR team has been approved. Finally, we are going to be looking at the grant program for MathPro, and they are requesting $6,000. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Fitzgerald.
All right, so I'm gonna disclose something. I am a part of one of the organizations that is applying for a math program. As such, I will be abstaining from this vote. I just thought I would kind of point that out, but I will say, the math program, should we get it, will help our organization send more people to a conference coming up in about a month and a half. So as they said, like I said, I will be abstaining, but the grant does, like, that is an example of it, the grant potentially, like, helping organizations out.
Just could you clarify me about this grant program and who they are allocated to?
Ms. Myers.
So the grant program is a grant we're able to hand out to any RSOs on campus, anyone who's a non-agency too. We have two different tiers. Our tier 1 grant is a $750 grant, and that's usually for any like professional development, any office supplies, anything like that. Our tier 2 grant is a $2,000 grant. That's usually for a student org so that they can put on their own event. So we'll help kind of like sponsor them in a way. We'll give them the grant. And this event does have to be campus open. So it can't just be an event where they close it to just their organization. It has to be campus wide.
Thank you.
And an example of, well, do you want an example of one?
Just give me an example.
Oh my gosh, I can't think of one right now. I will say an example, we did help with drag show 2 years ago. Last year we helped with, I think, oh my gosh. Oh, what is their name? You know what, never mind. I'm just not gonna say anything because I can't remember. I don't want to butcher it. Thank you. Any further discussion on the $6,000 request for a grant program, Commissioner Johnson?
I just want to have clarification. I know at this point in the year, MathPro has not handed out any of the grant money. Do they have a plan? Do they know how they're gonna spend it? I know it will eventually, but I wanna know if they have like an official plan and they know what organizations are gonna be receiving it.
So we have one grant that was recently approved. So for them, they just need to schedule their meeting with Bill and purchase the things for their event. I don't know what tier it was that was approved for that one. The other 3 organizations are still pending. I know this week they had, I'm pretty sure, 2 meetings with them to see if they were gonna get approved with the grant. I will say this year has been a bit slower because I think 3 organizations tried reapplying for that grant, but we can't give them the grant. They had it last year. I know if we don't end up spending all of our money for a grant program, it gets put into our reserve so it doesn't go to waste or anything, and then we can use that next year if needed for grant again. And Aaron wanted me to say that last year we approved a total of 9 grants, 8 to tier 2 and 1 tier 1. So it kind of fluctuates on the year how many people apply for grants and stuff.
Further discussion. All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The request for $6,000 towards the grant program for MAPRO has been approved. I believe the 125 is correct. Is there any discussion on the overall request of $125,000 for MAPRO or by MAPRO? Commissioner Johnson?
Just overall, you highlighted it in your previous presentation on Monday. This isn't like it's not abnormally large budget, but it is larger for a non-concert year. Do we plan on spending this money on events and then defaulting on the reserves if need be, or are we just kind of picking and choosing? Do we have a plan? Or yeah, so I guess to rephrase my question, are we going to entirely rely on what budget was allocated and then go to reserves, or are we gonna kind of pick and choose?
That's fine, there.
So am I interpreting your question correctly? Are we going to spend the 125 on events next year and then dip into our reserves if needed? Is that what you're asking? No, so I believe if we do get allocated the 125, that would be broken down into different months so that it can like go throughout the whole year. So by that point, I won't be a part of UNO, so that won't be on me breaking down the budget. That'll be probably Aaron, Bill, and whoever is president. Yeah, so it's not really, sorry, I don't.
Oh, you're good.
Commissioner Shane?
Since Aaron is here, I would like to yield my time for him to answer that question.
Right, you said that.
Hey everyone, my name is Aaron. I'm the advisor of Maverick Productions. So to answer your question, the goal is to be able to spend the 125,000, and then by having that, we wouldn't need to go dip into reserves so that we still have that in order to ensure that we're still able to like find an artist for the concert. So we want the 125,000 so that we don't have to use any of our reserves. That would be the goal.
Further discussion on MAPRO's overall 125,000 request. Commissioner Johnson?
This is just a general question for whoever can answer, but are we trying to solve an issue where we spend or we start spending the reserves up because there's too much in it? We're trying to do a reduction in how much is in overall reserves. So with this budget ambitious for not a concert year, MAVPro is going to avoid dipping into the reserves that the Board of Regents and the university has advised that we start relying more on, correct?
So I think MAVPro's reserves are different from like SGA reserves. So SGA is like out of Board of Regents policy. So we have our own chancellor approved spend down plan. MAVPro, I don't know if Aaron can speak to this, but if they have a chancellor approved spend down plan as well, but it is gonna be like varying from fund day to fund day, like recipient and allocation. So I don't know, Aaron, do you know what your guys' exact spend down plan is for reserves and how, if you guys are out of policy?
Now, so last year after we had looked at our reserve amount, the plan was to spend 150,000 to bring our reserves down to about 38,000 to stay below that 50% threshold that we were advised by during the audit. So we can wait to fall in line with that, but that's why we want to spend that much on the concert so that we can stay at that amount. And then the goal would be to not go over that amount.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jones, did that answer your question?
For the most part,
Okay. Commissioner Fitzgerald,
So just kind of like for some clarification is kind of like the purpose of maybe having some of these like funds this high, as I understand it, on a non-concert year. Is so then you can build up some reserves for the next year, which will be a concert year. And then you won't have to raise won't have to raise your amount you request by a lot at one time.
any further discussion on the overall budget request by NAPRO? All right, all those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstaining. The overall budget request of $125,000 has been approved, or for NAPRO has been approved. Advisor Brock, are you ready?
I would ask for a
The chair speaking, Commissioner Piper. I motion to move to group for 7 minutes. Is there a second? Commissioner Schneider, is there any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion to reconsider has been passed for 7 minutes. We went a little bit over our the degree, so I'm just gonna ask everyone find their seats. The chair is taking a motion to review the overall SGA budget request due to formula error. Is there a second? Commissioner Piper, is there any discussion? All those in favor? Yeah, go ahead. Commissioner Johnson?
What's that like mean until, are we not gonna find out at the end, like how it's gonna change student fees or?
We realized that there was a lag in one of the formulas on the SGA overall spreadsheet, so we want to revisit that overall budget to ensure it's actually correct, so you guys still have to sort of reapprove it. That's my motion right now.
Yeah.
Okay, any other discussion? Commissioner Brewster?
Are we reapproving each line item or just the total?
Just the overall budget. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion to revisit the overall SGA budget request has been approved. So we were doing it and there was a bit of a lag. I'm thinking so much this would go away. This is what you guys originally approved. Unfortunately, due to the spreadsheet just lagging, this is what actually the numbers add up to. So we just need to approve this number. It hasn't technically changed from what you guys approved up here. It just was. So, is there any discussion on the overall budget request for SGA? Commissioner Barrington.
So just to clarify, each line item is the same, except just the total was different, but we still.
Yeah, just the sum that goes into this number from all the line items was behind. When we approved it. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The overall SGA budget request for 4,000 or allocation for 4,606, oh my gosh, $464,075.16 has been approved. Now we will look at the overall fee allocation for students. Okay. This is all the numbers that you guys approved today. For this upcoming year, we will see a $6 decrease. So the estimated fee amount will be $20. Oh, sorry. Yes, that's the estimated fee, the $20. The $20.02 will be the estimated student fee. And then here is information about the past fees. Is there any discussion on the overall?
Can you just scroll down a little bit? I'd like to see those past fees.
You want this one or like the blue? Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brewster?
I just have you scroll down to the blue part now.
Commissioner Johnson?
Just one clarification on the document. It says the SABC funding recommendation was the same as to what we approved. Is that correct, or it's all on the right side? Is the SABC funding recommendation was the sum of what everybody asked?
Yes, this is what we all approved, or you guys approved, sorry. And so that's just taking this. That's because it's a recommendation, so it'll go for SGA and then the chancellor.
Oh, okay.
So we just have to phrase it as a recommendation.
Gotcha, you're good.
Discussion on the overall student fee allocation. Secretary Wright, can we please have a roll call vote, to approve or deny? That'd be,
Just to clarify, your roll call vote includes you saying yes, no, or abstain to whatever, to the overall budget. So Commissioner Johnson,
Say it again?
you say yes, no, or abstain instead
Oh.
of using.
Yes.
Commissioner Schneider. Yes. Commissioner Shea,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis. Yes. Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Para. Yes. Commissioner Bartle,
Yes.
Commissioner Barrientos,
Yes.
Commissioner Pipers. Yes. Commissioner Piper,
Yes.
Commissioner Brewster,
Yes.
Commissioner Fitzgerald.
Yes.
the overall, the $20.02 proposed proposed funding fee for each student has been approved. And
Say the question. Please.
Commissioner Pipers?
I was gonna say, can I move to adjourn?
We have, I mean, we can, I do have my report, but if you want to adjourn, you can move to adjourn. Commissioner Shea.
The second.
Oh, okay,
No, we
so
can-
second, yeah, okay, yep. Commissioner Johnson, did you have a discussion?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If we adjourn, does that mean you have to do your report at a later time?
No.
No? Do you want to do, like, I feel rude.
It's all up to you guys, I don't.
You're the report lady.
It's just a big honest thank you to you guys, Commissioner Sheech.
I say we hear the report.
Okay. Thank you. I honestly just want to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to each of you guys for coming on this year. The preparation, the diligence, and the professionalism throughout the allocation cycle is something that I really respect, and thank you all for showing up with each and every session that we met for. I also want to thank the three groups that presented before the commission. Each organization invested time to prepare materials, respond to questions, and articulate how their work serves the broader student body. The commission has now completed its work pending final reviews and formally made its funding recommendations. As outlined in our governing structure, the process now moves forward in two additional stages. The recommendations will move to the University of Nebraska Omaha Student Government Association Senate. The Senate will review the SABC allocation recommendation and vote to approve or deny the overall allocation package. This action represents the formal student governance decision on the commission's recommendation. Then the student body at large will vote during the Senate elections on the allocations. Lastly, the chancellor will provide the final administrative approval. The work done the past 2 weeks directly impacts the student experience at the University of Nebraska Omaha, and we should all take pride in the role we have played in shaping the upcoming fiscal year. Thank you all so much for joining me. I really appreciate your guys' time and efficiency, honestly. Like, we kind of killed it. So thank you all. Is there a motion to adjourn? Commissioner Piper, is there a second? Is there a second, Commissioner Piper? The chair is seeking, all those in favor say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed say nay. The meeting is adjourned. I just want to say for guys' placards, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you guys are allowed to keep them, right?
Souvenir.
Souvenirs, so take them with you if you want them.
Hanging up in my office.